Oh, oh wait. Hold on. I have to get rid of the other version of me. How you guys doing? I speaks off screen like that. You're doing a repeat of yesterday? Could be worse. Fucking Michigan. Mm-hmm. I have pink eye and the flu. Children? You have children? Are you saying you have children? Yes. How'd you know? Well, you said you had pink eye and you're an adult. And unless you're really into eating ass, that's more likely you just have children. But it could be both. Yeah. Or farting on pillows. Hmm. Maybe a chicken mistook his beard for a nest. Oh, Squamsk. I would argue Bob Vance Refrigeration, 3.89 stars on Yelp. Dude, what's going on, man? That's a pretty significant drop. Anyway, I was gonna say, eating ass has never led to children being born. What are we theorizing? I'm not sick. Crypto is. Well, I am, but I don't have pink eye. Crypto's got pink eye. I'm getting slaughtered. My business runs in monetary supply cycles, though. As soon as they stop QT, we're back in the fours, baby. Why is your customer service get worse relative to the monetary supply? Are we going down so far? Yeah. I said if we opened under 61.25, it was probably bearish. My toddler opened my eyes while I was sleeping with her hands. Oh, they do that. I used to do that to my mom when I was a kid. I thought it meant she was awake. So I just like peel her eyelids back when I was like 3, 4 years old. You need to teach your kid the value of washing their hands. That way they don't stick poop in your eyes. You didn't put an eye patch on the... Can't you just eye patch him? You gotta eye patch him, otherwise they're gonna stick the pink eye in their other eye. RFK said washing your hands. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we did a roundtable last night. Yeah, no worries. It'll be up. It's posted. You think Yuta panics with Japan inflation? It's hot. Real hot. They need to start getting that rate up. They waited too long. I mean, we knew this was like a consequence of them delaying the rate increases, right? So, and now it's just being realized. I don't know what people think's going to happen when you don't do something as a reserve bank that you're supposed to be doing in order to bring inflation down. Inflation is going to go back up, especially if your government keeps fucking stimulating the shit out of everybody. This isn't even like it's not even like a crazy thought, you know? It's insane to me that people have been blind to that for like 3 years. It's very American to wait until a problem is a catastrophe. Yeah, it is. It is. Our hubris over our economic situation might be the one thing that saves us from our hubris over our democratic situation. In all actuality, shockingly hard to take over a government when you have no money. Something Winston Churchill. J-Pow could be our savior, Jen Jen. He just has to raise rates like a good little reservist.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Price target EOD 60.75, then chop. Or just chop now and drift up 3.
Oh, we have room to move down to 75. There's a little bit of support at 85 right now. Not a ton, but a bit. Most of the more meaningful support is down at like 60-70 through 60-60. There is just a little bit of support here at spot though. One sec. I think someone just knocked. All right, never mind. They just left it at the door. What a die young. I know it. Yeah, but doing what? So you get a bounce back in the latter half of just like yesterday? Maybe not. Uh, really depends. Negative gamma to the upside's a little bit steep. We're not exactly in a situation here that's very bouncy. We're under GN this time, not above it. How's your mom been? Getting any better? Yeah. She's not cleared to fly yet, but she should be next week. Um, I don't have to worry about it. I hope. I think you mentioned something about broad sector analysis in the GS roundtable yesterday. Can you talk more about that? No, no, I can't. I'm gonna just give you some buzzwords and I'm gonna let you run with that. How's that sound, crypto? Am I not on the Discord? I keep freaking forgetting to do that. I can't believe you guys waited this long to remind me. I'll tell you what I want from those buzzwords. Think sector-wide options, macro analysis, and flow analysis. Was that English? He understood it. I don't know about you, but I'm rock hard. Mm. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Yeah, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I really, really want a zig a zig ah. Nice. That's basically what I want for when I do my sector rotations in my model ports. Excuse you. Not a professional user. La la, la la la. Alright. For your own personal finances, you mean? That's what I want. Not what I have. Alright. Will Joe Schmo be able to access the new Greeks filter thingy feature? Currently, no. But I'm thinking about it. Right now, the Greeks filter and Gscan are only available in the live data tier. Part of the problem there is we're missing a tier that's supposed to be in the middle that we're still building out services for. So we have the lower tier, and we have the well, not lower tier, but we have like the port management tier, and then we have the live data tier for like intraday trading and stuff. But there's a middle tier which is not built yet, and it's kind of a bit different. So likely that filter will be in that middle tier, but right now it's only in the top one. It did lose the support. Emma, is it live for anyone who joins the tier, or is it reserved for a different class of people who have beta access? Oh, yeah, so it's in beta
Someone put their pickle in my jar. What would it take to lose
for like 2 more
6,075?
weeks, and then
We're pretty
it'll be
close to it
live.
already.
We're
No
still
way
making a
today is
few
super
tweaks and
duper ultra
adjustments to
red.
it.
Right. Right. We can't just lose GN on the monthly and keep dropping, right? 60/30 EOD PLS3.
I don't think we're gonna get to 60/30, but we could definitely drop down to like 60/70. Got a pretty clear shot at that level. 60/78 test on ES. It's the next relevant downside support. We already lost yesterday's low, so Monthly GN is at, I believe it's at 77. Yes, 77.08. And then DN is at 60, 66, 66. Yes, on the 15-minute is terrible. It is, but we have to watch for this like downtrend support here. And that's about at a test of like 60, 90. Like the breakout failed, right? Like that overnight low volume upside move didn't do shit. So we didn't form a new uptrend. But we are starting to create a bit of a downtrend, which we can now measure from those points. Now, if that breaks below that support, that's very bearish. Does monthly GN usually result in a bounce? The first tests of GN usually result in a bounce, which we got yesterday. That failed, so it's less likely to result in a bounce. There's actually less gamma at the monthly than there is on the weekly. So I don't really think so. Do you still have your TQQQ position? And will you hold it over the weekend? Probably. And yes, I do. My little line is still going up. Upline bear. Also, I don't feel like volatility has risen relative to the drop in price quickly enough. So there's a possibility that we see more volatility pick up over the weekend, especially if the forward yield on vol closes higher. Which I don't know if we'll get, but man, the carry trade leverage is dumping quick. How low could Tesla run today? Let's take a look. Gamma neutral's at 344. Below gamma neutral. It could drop down to like the 30s pretty easily. Let's see, 0DT. The fuck did I do? Weird bug. Yeah, maybe 40. Although it could lose 40. 30, 35. What's it at right now? 46? Yeah, it'll like 45's a pretty decent support. But if it loses 45, I would say it could keep dropping. It'll definitely pick up some momentum on a drop below 45. Losing 50 was already pretty bad. Who punted BTC in the nuts? The hedge funds that actually own it? Anyway. What's what, Jeffrey? Apple, Tesla, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Netflix, Nvidia having challenges. Services PMIs contracted today for the first time since like 2022. It's not a great look, especially given that services prices are still sky high. I went ahead and bumped my chat to you in Discord for ease of finding Make White. You immensely, regularly handsome pickle. Wait, did I never play this? I think I did play this. I just think you weren't here that day. But we can play it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Emma. Yeah, the tickers dropping, the screens glow red. The fear takes hold, but I'm smiling instead. I call this moment, it's crystal clear. The thrill of the trade is why I'm here. When the markets are red, I'm gonna make white an unstoppable rush.
It sounds like Limp Bizkit.
Turning chaos to profit, and yeah, I'm a hunk. Selling the tops, buying the dips, finding the profit in every slip. The crashes.
Oh, maybe Lonely Island a little too.
This is the moment where legends are made. When the candles fall
Hollywood Undead. I miss them.
my wet dreams. The plunge is a symphony, every note right, and with every drop, I'm gonna make white. The numbers drop, the room fills with heat. Spunk flowing freely, not touching my meat. Not luck, not chance, I'm a master, a saint. The red canvas, white is my paint. When the markets are red, I'm gonna make white. A splash of brilliance, a burst of delight. No hesitation, no fear in my veins. I thrive in the crash where others feel pain. Every collapse is a thrill in disguise. The red paints the backdrop where profit lies. A pickle so rugged, a profit in sight. When the markets are red, I'm here to make white.
Oh, shit. Was I there?
Hey. Hey.
Hmm. That was a bit of a nasty rejection. Hmm. $85 resistance now. Hmm. No big spike involved. I see it. Hmm. I'm not sure if this is going to be like an inverse head and shoulders off of the 80, or if we're going to fail. But this should be a breakdown of the bear flag. Just sell your FSLR shares ages ago.
Hey. Hey.
Why did China rocket 4% last night? I think they have economic data. Maybe just off of Japan's data. Or just because HSI is volatile as fuck. Yeah, failed GM. Sorry. Should be a little bit of support down here at like 70.
Hey.
Big bump in volatility on that though.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Where's the secret support?
Hey.
I think we saw it. We're getting a bounce here. A little one. I don't know if it's got all that much volume, but still a bounce. See if we get a lower high off of it.
Hey.
I'll take that.
Hey.
Above 77. Hmm. Might be kind of hard to pull away from gamma neutral here.
Hey.
I think we'll stagnate here the rest of the day. There's a pretty good chance, I think. Maybe later in the day we can lose 70. We'll have to see how things shift around. Right now, like 70, 65, 60 have pretty good support. So I think it's kind of reasonable. A little weak.
Hey.
See if we stay above GM here, or GM. Looks like we might not. Maybe I need to short vol a bit more. Fucking slippery.
Hey.
I have like a bunch of like 2026 puts for June. Nothing super degenerate though. I had some 6100 like 6075 spreads, but they expire end of the month, so we'll have to keep dropping. They're up right now, but the returns on them kind of suck dick. Maybe a better bounce from profit taking at 60 or 60.50. Well, we're below GN, so bounces from profit taking are worse generally. Less performant. $61.15 is positive gamma. No, above 60.93. Well, I mean, yeah, 61.15, but everything above 60.93. I know ES kind of slipped support on that downtrend already, and it's got a weak bounce off of it. It's not a great look. This looks like shit. I guess that should be a little higher. It's a little lower. There we go. But if it fails again, it opens up this 60.78 test, which hasn't been a great support. It's acted as support a couple times, but it's not a really good one. 60.26, 60.40 is better. Failed GN again. Now, if the short puts at like 70, 65, 60 pullback, we could see 40. It's early enough that if they got pushed out now or soon, that like the 40 test would open to the downside. Mm.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Mm.
Hey.
A little bit of a bounce.
Hey.
Ooh, nice.
Hey.
Bigger bounce.
Hey.
Mm.
Hey.
Nice.
Hey. Hey.
Back up to the gamma flip, maybe?
Hey. Hey.
Ah. Hmm.
Hey.
Upfill. Need to get support here. Mm. Still a little bit of a bounce. Lose the trend yet. Less momentum though. Can we get back up to 6,100? Sure. Get rid of your TQQQ pits. No. I think I took a profit on some yesterday, but I still have them. Japan's definitely hiking at the next meeting. There's a much better chance that they do. Yeah. I mean, I think they kind of planned on it anyway, but let's see. Some bot calls coming in at 90, 95, 6100. There's sold puts to the upside that are in the money. So yeah, if we can get above 80, like 82 here, we could start to push up again. This probably needs to be a little bit higher, but maybe it's in an okay spot. Oops, not there. Hmm. Hmm. Another GM test. Crypto exchange got hacked for 1.4 billion. Nice. Let's see if we get a bounce here. Still de-risking? Yeah, hard. Or overnight, really hard. Fell from like 8.9 to 8.8. If we get above 82 sustainably here, 82, 83, Bulls should be able to push it out to at least 90. If not, 61, back to 6,100. Depends on how much momentum they pick up, but
Garrison put their pickle in my jar. Hey man, happy Friday. Can you please take a look at Nvidia and give me your thoughts? Imin 0 DTE ATM puts 3.
looks like it just caught big support at 138. That might fail, but it's not a good look with indexes. Indexes look pretty bullish right now. Like MNQ back to 22, like probably 22,060. Just got a gap up on ES or SPX. So I would say it's catching a bounce. I don't know how far it'll go, but if it fails that trend again, probably bearish. New low at least. gonna hold 82. Lower high also. No, higher high on EOS. NQ's holding support. Gap. More resistance there than I would have expected. Gamma flips positive at 89. Yeah, NVIDIA looks like it might move up and like retest VWAP. Kind of the same for like ES and NQ. There's a little bit of volume on the bounce. Not a ton, but a little bit.
Hey. Hey.
SPX left another gap to the downside.
Hey.
Pushing up into the gamma flip. She had on the monthlies at 95, 94, 95. It's like right up there. Or on the weekly. Weekly GM. We're close to it. We're not at it yet. There's still plenty of time for it to fail. There we go. That should put us at the test.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Video is still pushing up. Says NQ a little bit. Jump live in 9 minutes. Probably a better chance that bulls pump into whatever he's gonna say than whatever he's gonna say is bullish. No, yes, it's been really low volume for a while. If we get above the gamma flip here, we'll probably get some momentum. But it could also fail. 6100 doesn't seem that far off. Hmm. Those bot calls 95 and 6100 right now. That gap is still dangerous.
Hey.
Was dangerous, yeah. Just support at the fill, though. A little head and shoulders there at the retest of 86. We have to watch out for that. That could break up, but keep an eye on it. Is the market crashing on Monday? No idea. Be cool if it did. Hmm. What's Trump talking about? You inferred it was a couple of days ago with your overlapping candles from the COVID crash. I took that as fact and bought all the puts I could. Oh, so you already made money. Awesome. Out of the big banks, you think B of A pops first? Also, fuck B of A? Probably not. You've been over this. Like, you've asked me that question 500 times. It's probably like Morgan Stanley or State Street or Wells or BNY. Sorry, I just really despise B of A. I know you do. I hate Wells Fargo. If that makes you feel any better. And TD. It's gonna be a bank that isn't really a bank, but a financial octopus. HSBC. HSBC might be insulated by all the black market money that they hold, though. I would say Stanley or State Street if a big one goes down, or Santander. Somebody with a lot of like subprime exposure. Royal Bank of Canada. So we have a great trader just for just once. Sure, man. Imperial Bank of Djibouti. We haven't even opened that shit yet, dork. I'm gonna take my money out of Santander. I have a lot in there. Oh boy. I feel like that's moderately concerning. Alright, we broke up above the head and shoulders. A little bit. Is Trump talking right now? Someone send me a fucking link. Why are this guy's fucking press conferences always so obfuscated? They pushed it to noon? Oh. Do I have to subscribe to Truth Social to know what the fuck he's doing? I actually don't want to know what he's doing. I just don't want him to fucking rug pull me and blow up another futures account. That's cute, Poopy. It's Jefferson. Uh, Alright. Oh, he's hosting Republican governors at the White House? That's so cool. Have they figured out where they're gonna get money if all the blue states stop giving it to them? I hope I get a nice sell at Gitmo. All the money is coming from savings from Doge. Byline Bank in Huntington? I have no idea, man. Thesis is tariffs on Colombia and the coffee that comes from them. You think that's going to be bullish for Starbucks? Red states will tariff blue states. What if blue states just leave the union? I feel like that's more likely than open revolt. I know that, Fluffy. That's why I said, are they trying to figure out where they're going to get money from? I vote to leave the union. That's not how that works. Oh, fucking break out already. Jesus Christ.
Hey. Hey.
Bulls are really struggling with something that doesn't look like it should be that hard.
Hey.
Mm, things are starting to flatten out a bit. How high could this go? Maybe back to like 6100, 6102.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Failed though.
Hey.
I think we're gonna go back and test fucking 82 again. We left a gap to the upside on the failure.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Hmm. Trump about to rug the bulls again. We'll see. Uh, left a gap to the upside at 86 on this drop. There's like a tiny, it's like a tiny gap right there.
Hey. Hey.
That's a lot of fucking rejections on the gamma flip. Not a higher low here either. starting to distribute out a little bit too. Still kind of sucks. Mm.
Hey. Hey.
Oh. Hmm. Trump to cancel all tariffs. Basically not a higher low here. We slipped the trend. Which, you know, generally happens when you get a rising wedge like that. But, have to see if we get support. If support here fails, we're probably gonna pull back to a new low.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Broke above 82, so we got a little bit of support.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hmm. Still have that gap fill to the upside. I feel like if they push for that gap, they're gonna try to probably push over the delta or gamma flip. Gamma flip's at 87 now too, so it's like right at the gap.
Hey.
Hmm. Shorting vol a bit. SoftBank to provide OpenAI $30 billion in the coming months. Ooh. Stargate says they'll support 75 of OpenAI's computing by 2030. Trump says we're going to have a lot of chip makers coming in. Who's going to work for them? Trump says Apple's shifting plants because of tariffs. I met with Tim Cook yesterday. Apple will build plants in the US and not Mexico. The next iPhone's going to cost $5,000. USA. No idea what you're talking about, do you? I can't tell if you're trolling me or you're serious sometimes. What's with the 5K Doge payments for? New iPhones. Becky in West Virginia, who needs 9 smoke breaks, is going to be making the next iPhone. Yeah, for $7.25 an hour. So at will employment at $7.25 an hour with no benefits. At least the suicide nets will be USA made. True. Wait, weren't they already? If there's no indentured servitude, is it really an iPhone? Gamma Flip has moved closer to spot. GN doesn't move during the day. I mean, it does, but I fucking don't know where. They fucking delay Trump's speech again? Is he sleeping? Trump's trolling, right? Sure. Yeah, that's what it is. He's trolling.
Hey. Hey.
Are we gonna have to like gap 85 to keep going up? This is ridiculous. Hmm. Hmm. 8702. 6102.
Hey. Hey.
Really not a good look.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Fuck. God damn it.
Hey. Hey.
You've been upping your futures day trading game, and it's noticeable. Yeah, I'm getting more practice in.
Hey.
Hmm. I don't know if I like this.
Hey. Hey.
Slip gamma neutral again. Too close TQQQ. I want to reposition it over the weekend. That's like the bulls are trying to set up a move back to like 6,100. We might need another pullback for them to sell more vol, but I think by the end of the day we'll probably see a 6,100 test. In which case, might as well just take the profit now and then move the contract over.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Vol picks up a lot if we go under 70. Even from 75 to 70, it picks up quite a bit. I'm gonna watch for a higher low here.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Ooh. Oh, that should bounce. Interesting. Delta neutral test. Slipped it a little too. Hmm. Hard to get back above 70 here. Looks like there's still plenty of dip buyers though. Got some volume now. This should be a good opportunity to sell the fuck out of puts for bulls. Hmm. So I need to get it back above 70 too. Trump reiterates 25% tariffs on cars April 2nd. We need to double the energy that we have right now. We will let AI companies have their own power plants. Companies are coming in. They need more electricity for AI. Stupid. I wonder if AQN likes that news. Ooh, 501. Nice. I don't think everyone's calling a reversal. Bulls are just trying to reverse it. Everyone is saying it, Curb. Everyone. Yeah, no. I have a different link, but yeah, I know it's not live yet. Uh, let's see, hold 70. Hmm. Downside support's getting weaker. Bulls still have a synthetic long at 75, though. They're still buying calls on it. Hmm. Wonder who's gonna fuck who. Any bought puts? No. 60, 69. Gamma flip fell to 85. Delta flips at 96 now. Um, they're not falling very quickly, so I wouldn't say it's particularly bullish. But I mean, them falling while trading below is usually slightly bullish, or at least implies that positioning is shifting closer to spot, which is currently true. Bigger bounce on DN. Slightly lower low. Yes, 6078 test. Sixty test SPX. There it is. So we got 6060. Hmm. Big call ramp to the upside. 65, 70, 75. Maybe Bulls gave up on getting back to 70 or 6100 today. Looks like they've pulled back or closed out a lot of the short puts to the upside. Looks like they're starting to focus more on regaining 75 to 90. What does this mean for Monday? It's not great. Carry trade leverage did a dumpy. Correlation's moving up on 3 and the 1 month. Forward yield on vol is starting to climb. Still really negative, but it's moving up. Hmm. Not getting much of a reversal here yet. Definitely not a quick one. We still slipped to 50? Maybe in a little bit. Let's see how good of a job they do trying to save this, I would say. Maybe. 60 was major support earlier, still is. I've bought calls at 65, 70, and 75. So all of those are break points to the upside. Looks like Trump's speaking at 1 now. Hmm. Resistance at the delta neutral test. little bit of profit taking there. Can we end the day green? I doubt it. Is there news? No, we just slipped the GN. Super bearish. Like we slipped monthly GN, which is a big deal. I would say if we push back above delta neutral, there's a decent chance that we retest it. That doesn't mean we'll break through it though. Probably just fail again. If they can even get a bounce from here, which is not looking great. And they don't rug themselves taking profits. Or closing puts. Close below monthly GN, just bad for bulls? Yeah, it's quite bad. Especially on OPEX, yeah. These Friday dumps have been brutal. No one wants to carry this shit over the weekend. Are we failing a diamond top? Yeah, we got rejected on the diamond top. I don't know if we've quite failed it yet, but we're probably pretty close. Nah, we haven't failed it yet, but we're getting there. Of failures at like probably 58, 78. Hmm. Ooh. Testing 57. Picked up some buyers there. Hmm. Consolidation. Where are the support levels? 60 and 50.
Someone put their pickle in my jar under DN is the unequivocal bearish sign, yeah. How does this bode for Monday plus next
Under
week
GN is
if
the
we end the day
unequivocal
under
bearish
it?
sign, yeah. How does this bode
3.
for Monday next week? It's bearish. Yeah, it's very bearish if we end the day under it. It's not unequivocal, it's just the monthly or weekly GN or DN. It's not, we are under monthly GN, which is quite bad. I think monthly DN is down at like 5,700, so a ways to go before unequivocal bearishness. There's the 50 test. We're very close to the 50 test. Hmm. I don't know. We're kind of not getting much of a bounce anywhere. They're set up to with like a ramp from 60 to 75, but we're $10 below 60. So we still gotta cover that gap before anything happens. Mix is getting pretty close to 17 right now. Wonder if we'll see 40 there. I feel like losing 60 was a big fucking deal. We're pretty deep into the sold puts again. I feel like this is gonna V. This isn't really where V's are. We'll see. I mean, Trump's supposed to speak at some point. Am I an idiot for picking up $7 Wolf Weeklies here? Probably. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to it. I already closed my position.
Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Hi. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. President. It's a nice, friendly group. Lovely. Well, we're in a very good mood. We just had the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Ever. And actually a record for a Republican. Now, I don't
Hey.
know about, have they checked the Democrats too? But we have a record so far for a Republican.
Hey.
Now it's 4 weeks We have a lot of weeks to go. We want to finish that way, right? But I just want to thank everybody because you've been really amazing. The job you've done has been
46 test.
incredible in terms of this 4-week period. It's been a very somewhat historic 4 weeks, and we have a couple of things in the works. We're negotiating with Russia, Ukraine, trying to get that horrible situation over with. It's terrible. It's just so terrible. I see pictures that you fortunately don't get to see. You don't want to see them. And that is a killing field. You have young soldiers being killed, thousands a week, and we got to get it over with. It's bad for Russia, and it's bad for Ukraine, and it's bad for us on a humanitarian basis. I've had very good talks with Putin, and I've had not such good talks with Ukraine. They don't have any cards, but they play it tough. But we're not going to let this continue. This war is terrible. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, so I got stuck with it, and the whole world is stuck with it. And right now you have a country that has its cities, they look like demolition sites. Those beautiful towers, those 1,000-year-old golden domes that were so beautiful, the most beautiful in the world, they say, they're all in smithereens. Millions of people are killed, I think far more people than anyone understands. And we have people that better get to the table and get it ended. Should have never happened. It would have never happened. But I'm delighted to welcome America's governors to the White House. You're amazing people. Even the Democrats are amazing people, some of you. And we've worked together. Actually, we work very well together. I can't think of anybody. There's one or two, yeah, that it doesn't work out so well. But that's sort of normal. But I do want to welcome you, and I want to let you know that anything I can do, I'm here. I'm here for you. And we can do a lot. I do want to say that I left a great place, North Carolina, and we're really working hard there since I've been in. For 4 weeks, we've done more than
Vol's
they did
going fucking crazy
all of
right
that
now.
period of time. And FEMA was a disaster.
Hold
FEMA
on.
wasn't there. They didn't do the job. And it was a terrible, terrible situation. I've never seen anything like it. And then they actually, when they did get there, a very small group, they chose anybody with an American flag or the name Trump on the front of the house. They would sort of skip that house very nicely. And it was just a disaster. And we've done it the other way. And we're working with a very nice person that we've had good relationships. The newly elected Democrat governor, who's here, I assume, is he? Okay, thank you very much. We're working well together, very well together. And we're not using FEMA so much, but it doesn't matter as long as we get the job done. But the people are becoming very happy. So I want to thank you very much. Great job. But we are, and I'm of the opinion, I understand FEMA very well. We had a good situation with FEMA, but it was a very expensive thing to do. And I really believe when there's a natural disaster, a hurricane, a tornado, or whatever it may be, you're very capable people. It's called you fix it. You take care of it yourselves. You don't have to call some faraway state and have people planed in from areas that they have no idea. They come in from Alaska to help you in Florida. They say, boy, this is hot here. This is, by the time they figure it out, everything would have been fixed. It's not a good situation. It's very expensive. You spend at least twice as much. They don't negotiate. They go out and hire local contractors, and they have no idea who they are. And I'd rather have my governor from South Carolina, Henry. I'd rather have Ron. I'd rather have from Florida. I'd rather have, I could name just about everybody in this room. I'd rather have you do it. You'll save a lot of money. And we'll send the bills. We'll pay, I think, far less. We have to have you have a little bit of skin in the game. Otherwise, those bills will be much higher than they're supposed to be, especially with a couple of you in this room.
I see the tenure.
We'll get bills that you wouldn't believe, record setters. But so I think 75, 25 with the government, the federal government paying 75. And we'll go right through to probably either go through Commerce, maybe go through Marco, because Marco's very good with money. I don't think I'm going to give them to the environmental gentleman, Lee Zeldin here, because Lee's going to say, what's this all about, huh? They gave me this too. You have found some big stuff, by the way, some big fraud. You have, as he said, this one's not even explainable. We're talking about billions of dollars, so great job, Lee. Really, it's sad, but it's a great job you've done in a very short period of time. But I think Marco or Scott or Howard, and if wherever Howard may be, we want to congratulate him. He did it was a great session. He got no Democrat votes. I thought he's been a Democrat all his life, and he got no Democrat votes. They all called him to apologize. And, you know, honestly, that shouldn't be. But he got approved yesterday. But today I'm delighted to welcome America's governors to the White House. And I've known many of you for a long, long time. And this week we're forging even stronger bonds of cooperation to better serve the American people. I also want to thank the members of my cabinet who have joined us for this meeting, and they have gone right off the bat. And I also want to thank Senator Thune, because I'm hearing we set a record on approvals, and I was screaming. I thought it was going so slowly. I think we have a record. So I apologize to anybody I screamed at. But no, it was announced this morning. I think we had a record for the number of positions, so that's great. And they're great people. So I'll begin by
At the bottom, it's
introducing
the
Secretary
support.
of State Marco Rubio. He scares me because he got 99 votes. So that's either unbelievably good, because he's an incredible diplomat and therefore he's Secretary of State. And
It's a nice cheddar-colored tie he's
I'm
wearing.
about you,
As a
Mark.
Wisconsinite, I can't help but
And the only
approve.
vote he didn't get was our vice president, who couldn't vote because he had just left. So you got 100%. But it really says something. I think it says working together. It's an amazing tribute, I think. I'll let you know about it. I'll let you know about it in about 2 years, everybody. Marco's been great, and he's been in some big meetings with people at the highest level of states that we would say, states meaning other countries, that we would have said wouldn't
No
have
one's
done so well,
fucking
but they're
selling
doing
puts
very
down
well.
here.
They have a great
They're just
group of
getting
people, Steve
squeezed.
Witkoff and Michael Waltz, and we're making amazing progress. I mean, we've made more progress on that situation, which is Ukraine, than they have in 3 years. Again, it's so sad that it began, but we're also working very hard in the Middle East. Another one that wouldn't have happened, we would never have had, you wouldn't have had October 7th. They had no money. Iran was broke. We had sanctions up on Iran that nobody's ever seen before. They were literally broke, and they were not giving any money to Hezbollah, to Hamas. And how about Hamas yesterday with the babies? How about that? You know, we're going to take that. We're going to continue to take that. I don't think so. But I want to just thank you, Marco, for doing a great job, and Scott, you also. Scott went all the way to Ukraine. I said, don't do it. That's why they have telephones. But look, it's always better to meet in person. But I just didn't feel that it was good, and it was dangerous. You saw things on that train ride that you didn't like, I understand. You know, it's a pretty dangerous ride, a long ride. How long was that? 10 hours. 10-hour ride? That's after you get there. And a very dangerous journey, but he wanted to do it.
This is
He's a
fucking
patriot. He wanted to do
insane.
it. It's better to do it than
It just keeps going.
Always better. I always say much better to meet in person, but that was dangerous. I like him. Therefore, I didn't want him to do it. If I didn't like him, I would have suggested he do it. In fact, I'd say, go back today and let's give it another shot. But I hear that they're going to agree pretty much with what. But that's not the big thing. The big thing is getting it done, and we'll get it done. Also, somebody who's been so popular right from the beginning, very, very little opposition. But she's fantastic. She was the Attorney General of Florida for 8 years, highly respected, and just an amazing person, amazing leader and woman, Pam Bondi. Good, Pam. How's it going? Good? You got enough work? You got a lot of work over there, I'll tell you, man. She's going to be unbelievable. I don't even think about it.
Hey.
Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, and Doug, I don't know if Doug's here. He was last night. Oh,
Hey.
good. You just disappear right into the woodwork, huh? Doug is a man who made a lot of money, actually, but in technology.
Hey.
Sold to Microsoft for a lot. and decided he wanted to do a Trump thing, and he did, and he won easily. And he became a great governor of North Dakota. And
Go to
really
30,
did.
I
And he
guess.
was all of a sudden thrown into the oil
What the
business. right?
fuck?
And he took that to a level that nobody ever thought possible. The job you've done there has been
Next
amazing.
support on
I watched he
ES
ran,
is 60-40.
and I said, I like that guy. He was one of the few that didn't hit me. He was after my position, but he never said anything bad about me. I said, okay, that's one checklist that we have good. You know, it's one of the ones. But he's been he was an amazing governor, and he really became an expert on energy. And when I
Dude,
when I was
VIX
with
is
him, I realized I
climbing
wanted to
so
do someplace I didn't know
fast.
exactly where, but I thought it would be the Department of Energy. I kept talking because the state has done so well. And I said, look, I want you to just hold it, and I want to put you there. He said, sir, I have somebody much better than me on energy. Who? Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? He said, is Chris here? I don't even know. Is Chris here? Hello, Chris. Boy, am I giving him some buildups. I did the same thing last night. But he's the top guy in the whole, they say, on the planet for energy, in all forms of energy. Even clean, beautiful coal that we're going to be using like Germany does now. They're opening up a plant a week. And they're opening up in China more than, somebody told me, 2 plants a week, you know, but we're supposed to use the wind, which doesn't work. Doesn't work from a practical standpoint. But I just want to welcome you because you had the greatest man. When he said, you're probably the only man, because I know Doug, he's got a big ego. And you're the only man I've actually heard him say something. He said, he's so much better than me on energy. He's better than anybody. And so we made a move, and you gave up a tremendous position to do this. And we want to thank you, but we have to get going because when we bring the energy costs down, we have more energy than anybody in the world. We just didn't use it. Can you imagine? Biden set us up in Venezuela instead of taking ours, so that we go to Venezuela where they'd have very heavy stuff, and we have the best stuff in the world. We have more liquid gold, and it's really great liquid gold too. We have more under our feet than anybody else. But we went to Venezuela to buy oil instead of taking it from our own land and, you know, drilling a little hole in the ground. About how big is that hole? About a foot? About a foot, yeah. We drill a little tiny hole, and we could have taken it instead of all of the problems. And then we made Venezuela strong again. You know, they've given them a lot of money. They never thought they were going to have so much money, and all the people are leaving. So you're going to have one guy sitting there with a lot of oil under his feet. That's not a good situation, but we're having talks about that whole mess. What a mess. That was another one that was done. He was ready to quit. He was going to be out. Marco, you know that better than anybody. Marco's been very staunch against what took place there. And we were going to have that in any form we wanted it. But Biden made them strong.
Yeah, we're finally getting a little
It
bit of ball
was the worst
selling.
administration in history, and I say that with a lot of Democrats, but I think you believe it too. You can't say it, but you believe it. But I just want to thank you, and if you get those prices down, you know, that's what caused inflation, the energy. I mean, the spending, but I think even more so the energy. The energy went up. They stopped the oil leases. They stopped a lot of things that we were doing, and then they went back to what we were doing as much as they could because the prices were going through the roof. Remember that initial surge? It was brutal. And they went back. They let any rig that we had up just drill. You know, and they ended up doing similar numbers, but we wouldn't have been at those numbers. We would have been double or triple those numbers. Those were from years ago. But energy caused our problem. But I just want to thank you for recommending him. And what we've done is he's the head of Department of Energy. He's Department of the Interior. And it's really screwy because the Department of the Interior has all the energy other than some nuclear energy that you're in charge of. But he has all the energy, has all the land, all the great places, best. We have more than any other country in the world. And he's in charge of it. The problem is he can't drill. And he drills, but he has no land. So what do? We said, I have an idea. Let's merge them. So we merged them intellectually. I don't know if we did it legally, but we did it
The
intellectually.
bounce fails. We get a
So now he gives up the land, and he
61.25.
gives up the drillers, and you're going crazy, right? You're going wild, and you'll do it beautifully, environmentally well, Lee. We'll make sure. But we have a lot of
Could go down to
but we had
like.
to merge. I
We
always
could go
wondered,
lower
why
than that,
doesn't the
technically.
energy department do more And they did do more because they don't have any energy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We'll probably have to make maybe even
I
a
don't think
change in that,
25 is all that
somehow merge them
important.
or do something, because it's pretty tremendous what you're going to be able to do. Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins, who's so fantastic, and she's been at the head of so many different things and loyal from the beginning. She even opened up when we had a rather shocking defeat. She opened up we call it an institute. I've never seen anybody raise money like her. She raised hundreds of millions of dollars on this fabulous thing. But I said, look, we want to win another race because I think it's really important to win twice. And I won 3 times, if you think about it. So it's, but it's very, only the Republicans smile when I say it happens to be true. But Brooke has been amazing, and it was really tough because this last election, I go to a person and say, sir, I just gave you $10 million. Oh, where did you give it to? I gave it to Brooke. You gave it to Brooke. She's spending it on policy. We don't have to worry about policy. We have to worry about getting elected, right? But Brooke is fantastic, and she's done such a good job, and she's make America great again, top of the line, right? And she's gonna. And what I didn't know, and as soon as I found out, I said, "That's that." She studied. That's what she studied: agriculture. She knows everything about it, and she's going to be a fantastic secretary. And you'll do something with the eggs, because I'm hearing so much about eggs. You'll figure it out. You got to figure something out fast. But and we inherited all of the problems. You know, at some point, a few months down the road, we won't be able to say it's so much us. But the big things, really, we can blame other people for, to allow criminals into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen before, to allow people from jails to have countries from all over the world be allowed to empty jails into an open border. They emptied jails and prisons, mental institutions, insane asylum, gang members, drug lords, drug
Gap
people,
fill. Left another
people on
gap
drugs.
behind though.
People that are very sick. They allowed them to come into our country.
Just
totally
3 gaps
unchecked,
to the
unvetted.
upside now.
And right now we have a great gentleman, Tom Homan, who's doing an
Got
unbelievable
like
job. And Christine Holm.
45, 51.
They're doing a great job, but it's something we should have never had to be done. And you see the levels of crime
86.
that these are serious. They make our criminals look nice, I'll tell you. That's the only thing we get out of it. Our criminals are very nice people by comparison. These are seriously tough people. The various gangs, whether it's MS-13 or the Venezuelan gangs, they're as tough as nobody's ever seen toughness like this. Secretary of Health and Human Services, nobody knows this particular gentleman. He sailed right through. I thought he'd get a lot of, I said, well, he's going to get a lot of Democrat votes, Ron. I said, he's going to be an easy one, right? I told Ron DeSantis, I said, this one's going to be so easy. He's going to get all those Democrat votes. I don't know. You thank goodness for the Republicans, right? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And where is Bobby? Where is Bobby? So congratulations. Was that as easy as you thought? Just quit. Well, in the end, they all voted for him. He did pretty well. You got through. But, you know, we have one stat that I quote, the autism stat. And you hear different numbers, but it's thousands. They say between 10 and 20,000. So if you go back 15 years ago, we had like nobody. It was 1 in 20,000. Now we have 1 in 34. Is that right? 34. So 34 or 36 kids have autism. And if you go back, I guess 18 years, that whenever that was done, it was 1 in 20,000. So we got from 20,000 to 34, 36. That's unbelievable. So there's something wrong. There's something wrong. We've done something wrong. There's something, you're going to figure it out. Maybe it's a spray that we spray all over the place.
Daddy's talking
else
shit
does.
on
Other
Nuke.
countries don't. The Pennsylvania Dutch, they don't do anything, and they're amazingly healthy. And he understands.
Sensible
He's working with Dr. Oz,
diagnoses,
who's a
and it
really
didn't
smart guy.
exist.
I know him very well. And those two guys are going to figure out. They're also going to figure out why, in the United States, we pay $1,300 for a drug, one that we were talking about, and in London they pay Literally, they pay $200, even less. $88 I heard in one case yesterday. They pay $88, we pay $1,300 for the exact same drug from the exact same factory, from the same plant where it's made. We've got to figure that out. So I hope you focus really a lot on the cost too, because Americans are being screwed, and it's no good. They're not going to put up with it. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, another one I know very well. He's going to be fantastic, Scott Turner. So, Scott, congratulations. Man, oh, man, you are something. He got up and we had a great meeting yesterday.
Before like 1981, nobody had AIDS.
That one.
You know?
And everybody loves you. Everybody knows you.
And in 2016, I didn't know a single person with
We got a
COVID.
good recommendation from Ben Carson. Once Ben Carson recommended you, I said, all right, that's okay. We love Ben Carson. Nobody like Ben. Secretary of Energy, I introduced, Chris Wright, and Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. I know Doug so well. Oh, where's Doug? Where's Doug? That voice during the Mueller hearings, that beautiful voice. Do you know, remember the catastrophe that every Democrat remembers this? When
We have less witches because of advances in wizardry.
That's where it all ended, Pam.
It's cool that the wizards
You
finally
know
broke
anything
through the
about
glass
anything?
ceiling.
And Doug said, you don't know what we're talking about, do you? No. This was not a good day for them, but it was a good day for justice, I can tell you that, for fair justice. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, he ran for governor of New York. In theory, you have no chance, but actually, he almost won. It was a fantastic run, amazing run. And he's very smart. He was a congressman. He was fantastic on the hoax, the various hoaxes I had. I had a lot of hoaxes, so many I don't want to name them all. We don't have enough time. But he was always very strong, great lawyer, tremendous lawyer, and also a big believer in the environment and keeping it good and clean and healthy. And I just want to thank you for the job. And the only thing I ask is that you go speedily, because, you know, a lot of people use the whole process, the environmental impact process, to delay projects. We just want them to go quickly. And you can get the same answer in a matter of months as opposed to a matter of years. I feel so strongly, because people are coming in with tremendous amounts of money. I have been spoken to by yesterday I had Tim Cook in the office from Apple. He's investing hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't know. I hope he's announced it. Hope I didn't announce this, but what the hell? All I do is tell the truth. That's what he told me. Now he has to do it, right? So it's a good. But he's investing hundreds of billions of dollars, and others too.
Hey, Dad, witness me. It's important. You want it, you need it.
They stopped 2 plants in Mexico. They were under construction, starting construction.
Oh,
They just stopped them.
shit.
They build here instead because they don't want to pay the tariffs. The tariffs are amazing. It's good. I said it's.
It's doing the
I got
thing.
myself in a lot of trouble. I said it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff. It's such a beautiful word. And the fake news killed me. They said, what about love? What about God? What about family? And they said, I'm in trouble.
That's fucking
So
awesome.
now it's my 4th favorite word. I say,
Yeah.
love, God, family.
But don't worry about
A
it.
couple of others. I
Nothing
could
to do
add
with you
in there
guys.
too, but it's my 4th favorite word. So, and OMB director Russell Vogt. Thank you, Russell. You're going to be incredible. I know he took some hits, but I know how good he is, how honest he is, and he's fantastic with the numbers. And you're seeing these numbers coming out with the theft, right? And it's tremendous fraud, wasted abuse, and all 3 of them. But I think the fraud is really the biggest. I think you're going to see it. You come out as soon as you can, I think, with your numbers, but because they're not explainable. They're not explainable. So I just, Russell, do a great job. That's all. SBA administrator, small business. Now, small business is really big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. It sounds a little bit like, oh, small, little business. It is a massive, it is one big sucker, right? And Kelly Loeffler's here, so she's going to be incredible. And she's got.
This is like the longest award acceptance speech I've ever heard.
In the world of finance, and he knows. He owns a thing called the New York Stock Exchange, so that's not so bad, right? And you have natural experience, but I think you're going to do great. And there's a lot of fraud in there from the past, you know, with all the money that was handed out. It was, you know, billions and billions of dollars. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Where's Tulsi? Is she here? Hi, Tulsi. I haven't really seen you. Good luck. Do well.
She was hiding.
Have fun. We built a building. The building cost like $12 billion. The building is loaded up with intelligence. Lots of luck figuring it out, right? Good. It was... He was treated pretty rough for a person that's an incredible patriot. We've all known that. So it's nice that you're sitting with Bobby, because you too, you went through a lot. But you know what? You're going to be stars. And over the past month, our new administration has taken unrelenting action to fix every single disaster that we inherited, and we inherited a lot of them, the border being, I think it's the most difficult one of all. The rest we can get fixed, including foreign countries that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And one of the reasons that we won the election by so much, because we won it in everywhere. We won the popular vote. We won the 7 swing states, all 7 by a lot. And we won by millions of votes, the popular. It's always hard. I guess it hasn't happened in a couple of decades for a Republican to win the popular vote. I think that that's changing so rapidly. But we had another thing that was pretty amazing. We had, of the 3,000 counties, we won 2,500 of them. And the Democrats won 500. It's a lot. They've never seen anything like it. It would actually, you would have thought that the numbers would even be much higher. When you win 2,500 counties to 500 counties, that's, when you look at the map, you've all seen the map, the one that got certified and came out just recently. It's like almost totally red. And it's my honor. We're going to just work it out. But we've really become the party of common sense, and I think it's important. I think it's important for the Democrats' common sense too. We're going to deal with you, and we're going to deal on a common sense basis. And I know a lot of you agree with a lot of the things. I don't know, sometimes you're not allowed to say it, unfortunately, but I think we'll be all better off if everybody says it. That includes Republicans saying the right things. So on day one, I declared a national emergency on our southern border to stop the invasion of our country, because we were being invaded. Millions and millions of people. I figure 21 million people, and of that, 2 or 3 million were criminals. And many of them were people that countries didn't want. They would put them in these massive, large caravans. I came up with that name a long time ago. That's what it is. It's a caravan. And these are people, in many cases, they might not be criminals, but they're people that the country didn't want. They didn't work. They didn't. They needed help all the time, or they needed assistance, or whatever.
Is this the start of a crash? It's pretty
got a lot of
bad.
people in it right now, and we got to make sure that everybody's treated fairly. But we got to change it. It's the most difficult problem, I think. Additionally, the heroes of ICE have been really hunting down the really bad ones, and we are going. They're incredible people. ICE. They were being shunned by Biden. They were being mocked. And let me tell you, these are tough men and women, but they're tough. They'll see like a MS-13 band of thugs out on Long Island, and they'll bring up.
We're pushing down into like 30, but
get in, and they'll say no. One of them, 2
we
of
can
them
keep going.
killed
There's a
2
little bit
young
of support at
girls
25, 20.
in Long Island.
Really not
For some
much
reason,
down
they
to
like
6,000
Long
though.
Island, MS-13 loves Long Island. I don't know what that's all about. But 2 young girls walking to school, 16 years old. In the morning, they were accosted by a group of MS-13 thugs, and they don't use guns as much. They use knives.
I'm
They
annoyed
like
that we have to
using
listen to
knives,
this
and they
man
cut 'em
talk
up,
for the
cut 'em
next
into
4
pieces,
years. Yeah.
and left them and killed them, cut them up into pieces, little pieces, and they used.
I'm generally
knives
annoyed at
because
having
it's
to
more
listen to
painful.
any politician, but
And I
unfortunately
saw them
they
that
impact the
before,
markets.
because
So
they went in and they just knocked the hell out of them, and they'll go into a pack. They call it a pack, not like a political pack. Political packs are slightly nicer, but a pack of these MS-13 people or trendy Aragua people from Venezuela, and they'll just walk in. It's all you'll see is fists.
damn, it's
going
flat
for
down here.
5 minutes, and then you'll see these guys walk out, and they got them
Hey.
between their legs, and they're bringing them getting them the hell out of the country. These are
Hey.
rough people that we have to deal with. But ICE is incredible. Border Patrol is incredible. Law enforcement, the people in law enforcement, we make their job so difficult by allowing people like this into our country. We just shouldn't do it. So I've just designated the group from Venezuela, Tren de Aragua, as a foreign terrorist organization. I mean, they in Colorado, they went and other places, they literally take over. They're like me, they're in the real estate business. They take over real estate.
Hey.
And they literally take it over. They just claim it. And they tell tenants to get the hell out, and if you don't get out. They had one case where a guy called the cops, and they went in, you call the cops? Yes. And they cut off his fingers. He says, you don't call them anymore, you cut off the other fingers on your other hand. These are not nice people. But federal, state, and local cooperation has to be the backbone of border security. So I hope, as governors, I know all the Republicans are very much in tune with Tom Homan and Christie and everybody, but I hope everybody, because ultimately you want to get the criminals out of your state. And we're focusing on the really bad ones. We have 11,088 people that we know of that are murderers, that are actually murderers. And I can't imagine anybody wanting them in their state, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat or whatever you may be. I mean, we have many of them murdered more than one person. Some murdered more than 5 people, and they're in our country. They let them out of jails. These were convicted people, and they let them out of jails because it's very expensive to have somebody in jail for a lifetime or whatever it might be. And they brought them in here. The American people expect every city and state to fully honor ICE detainer requests, and we hope they can, and to ensure the safe transfer of criminal aliens into federal custody for immediate removal from our country. You know, many of the countries said, we're not ever going to let them back. Under the Biden administration, I remember it's Venezuela, he's a tough guy, and others, they said, we're not letting them back. They're out of here, and you'll never bring them back. They're not coming into this country. And Biden said, oh, we can't bring them back. They won't take them. Well, we took them. And every single country now, you saw it with Colombia, you saw it with Venezuela. In fact, they actually offered to send planes to pick them up, and they'll pick them up so that we don't have to go through the expense of sending a plane. Is that correct, Marco? Even Marco couldn't believe that one. But they literally are sending planes to pick up these people. And they're rough people, and they're picking them up, and they're putting them in the planes. There's no excuse for any state attempting to aid and abet dangerous criminals, killers, drug dealers, really bad people who are violating federal law and violating the law by being in our country. To combat inflation, I declared a national energy emergency, and we had to do that. One of the things we've done is by doing that, we can go very quickly. You know, a lot of companies are coming in, but they need tremendous electricity, amounts of electricity. Who would have thought, Doug, right? But they need more electricity for AI than we have right now in the country. In other words, we have electricity now for the whole country. They need that just for that one industry.
40s
so they're coming
resistance.
in with, and we're going to be leading. We're now leading on that. We've really opened it up, and I hope it's good. But we opened it up, and we're leading China by a lot. But China's giving them tremendous electricity because they do whatever they want to do. But we're working with Lee, and I've told these people they're going to spend hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars actually. So I need double the energy that we have right now, and even more than that, from what I'm understanding, which is hard to believe. In other words, take every car, everything, every building. We need whatever it is, 100% of the energy. We need that amount just to be in the #1 position. And we need really more than that to really dominate, which I think we'll be dominating. But I told them, and they can't believe it. I said, we're going to get you quick approvals, and you're going to build your own electric plants so that you're going to create your own electricity when you build your plant, which will be massive. These are massive plants. But when you build your plant, we're going to let them build an electric generating plant where they build like a utility. In other words, instead of using Con Edison, like we have in New York, hello, Governor, nice to see you back there. And we do have Con Edison, and they don't do a bad job, actually. But, they could be a little cheaper with the price, perhaps, but they don't do bad. But we build our own utility. They can have their own utility. If they have any extra, they can put it onto the grid. But this way, they're not subject to a bad grid or a dangerous grid or a grid that gets taken out by bombs or war or anything else. So they actually couldn't believe it. They said, "You think you could get that approved?" "Yeah, I'll get that approved very quickly." They couldn't believe it, and they're so happy. And they're going to do some in Virginia, some big ones. But we're going to go, and this way, it's really a self-service. They just have this massive building with a large electric generating facility that'll be powered by natural gas, mostly. Some will use coal, some will use nuclear.
Break out
Clean
above
coal.
40.
I only say clean coal, but some will use nuclear. They have their right to do it. None will use wind, because wind doesn't work. It's just terrible how an environmental person can like wind. It kills the birds. It's very expensive. It's 7-8 times more expensive
Birds
than
aren't real.
other forms of energy. Every wind turbine in the country that goes up needs
Hey.
massive subsidies. It's really the only energy that needs subsidy, essentially. The solar's doing okay.
Hey.
So it's the only one. But to combat inflation, I declared that national energy emergency, and we're going to unleash the liquid gold under our feet to bring the prices way down. That's going to happen. And again, we're going to have a big part of that's going to be natural gas, which
Hey.
is very, very clean, and clean coal. We're going to do as many forms of energy as we can. And it's going to be something I think everybody knows, and you're going to call me or anybody else if you have difficulty or problems, but you're going to have levels of business being brought to this country that you've never seen before. The tariffs are bringing them more than anything else. The country's bringing them, but the tariffs are bringing them. They hadn't been here, and we're creating tremendous tax incentives. But the biggest incentive is they don't want to pay 100% tariff or 200% or whatever it may be. And as you
Hey.
know, we're going to be announcing tariffs on cars from foreign countries of 25%. That'll be done in probably April 2nd. I was going to do it April 1st, but I said, I don't like that date. It's going to cost a lot of money to wait one day. You know, I don't know. What do I do there, Pam? Maybe should I do it just April 1st? It costs a lot of money, that extra day, Marco. You figure what that costs. Let's do it April 2nd, right? I just don't want to take the abuse.
Hey.
We created the new Department of Government
Hey.
Efficiency, which you may have heard about. DOGE, which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And we've begun the largest deregulation of industries and other things. It's proper deregulation that has ever done. I lead the way on my first 4 years. We did more deregulation than any other president in history. And I brought a little list along that I thought I'd just read. Some of the places, when you mentioned Doge, some of the places that this money has gone. And these are the ones that I feel I could read. There are some that are so nasty and dirty and horrible that I don't want to really read them, because I assume they have television on. I have a guarantee they do.
He's been
I let the
talking for
president
like a
today,
fucking
we have
hour.
nothing
I don't
done,
think he
right?
said
Much
anything.
better. They said, "Do you want to let the president?" I said, "Why not?" You think Biden would do that? I don't think so. $520 million was given for a consultant to do ESG, that's environmental, social, and governance investments in Africa. $520 million. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and social responsibility behavior in the country of Colombia. $25 million. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. They have no place in
Hey.
particular they were thinking of. There is no location. The money was sent out, but they have no idea where it's going. $42 million for social and behavior changes in Uganda, and $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision.
Hey.
People that want to be or have to be circumcised in Mozambique. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to a consortium for elections and political process strengthening, of which $22 million was for inclusive participatory political
Hey.
process in Moldova. And $21 million going to my friend, Prime Minister Modi in India, for voter turnout. We're giving 21 million for voter turnout in India. What about us? I want voter turnout too, Governor. $29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh. Went to a firm that nobody ever heard of. Got 29 million. They got a check. Can you imagine you have a little firm, you get 10,000 here, 10,000 there. And then we get 29 million from the United States government. There are 2 people working in that firm. 2 people. I think they're very happy. They're very rich. They'll be on the cover of a very good business magazine pretty soon for being great scammers. $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal, and $47 million also for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia got a lot of money. $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. They gave $50 million, it worked out so well, they gave another $50 million a little bit later. Condoms, $100 million for Hamas.
Doing a
We're
lot of
also,
fucking.
uncovering
It took a lot
outrageous
of fucking to
incompetence
burn
and
through
fraud in the
$50 million
Social
in
Security, and I
condoms.
read this last night, so Governor, you're going to be bored hearing this, but you know, you never get bored because it's not possible to even believe it. So if you live 100 years, it's a long time, but let's assume that they had millions and millions of people living, because they have like 10 million people in the Social Security living. But let's go over 100. So now you're more than 100 years old. We have 4.7 million Social Security numbers, people from the age of
I
100
feel like he's
to
been
109.
verbally
So if you're 100
filleting
to
himself this
109,
entire
we have
time. It's hard to understand what
4.7
he's
million
talking
people
about.
on our
This
Social Security rolls, right? Well, that's a lot of people.
cocks are
I
firmly
haven't-
planted in his
I knew
mouth.
one guy was 100. The great Lenny Litwin. He was a builder in Manhattan. He lived to 103. You knew him. He was one of the greatest builders. He was so happy.
Oh, I know. I
He was
already
the reason he
dug
lived.
into
He
the
loved
whole
building. He'd
like
build a building a
Doge
year,
Social
right?
Security thing.
Never had a problem. You
It was
knew
complete
Lenny Litwin, I would
horseshit.
think, Governor, right? He was a great guy and got along with everybody. He got along with Democrats, Republicans. Everybody loved Lenny. When he died, it was a bad day for New York, I'll tell you. He was a great guy. But he lived to 103, 104 because he just loved his business. He was designing a new building at 103, and that was the end of it. He didn't quite get the design finished. But you had 3.6 million people aged 110, substantially older than good old Lenny. From 110 to 119, you have 3.6. These are the people on the rolls. Now we're looking to see whether or not they've been paid, because if they've been paid, then you're just using those numbers to take out the money, all the money that's paid to those people. 3.47 million people from the age of 120 to 129. 3.9 million people age 130 to 139. 3.5 million people age 140 years old to 149 years old. I think this is the case for Pam. I think I might give you this, Pam, just you can have it. In fact, I will. 1.3 million from age 150. There's 1.3 million people, they're saying, are alive and receiving Social Security. Now, that's the only thing we're checking. Are they receiving it? Because if they're receiving it, that makes it much worse. If they're not receiving it, that just makes it incompetent. They shouldn't be on the rolls. And the only thing good about this is that when we take all these people off the rolls, and we have tremendous fraud underneath, people that are 80 and 60 and 50 and everything else, but this is really incredible. 1.3 million from 150 to 159, and over 130,000
They
people
don't
are on
exist.
the rolls of Social
They fucking
Security
audited the Social
over the
Security
age of
Administration in
160 years
2024.
including
And those people that he's claiming
1,039
were
people
paying
between
out
the
money
ages
have
of
actually received
220 and
more
229. So we have
in payouts from
think of that.
employers
We have 1,039
and withheld
people
wages
who
than
are
they've
220
received in
years
money.
old to 229. We have
So
one person
the government was
at
profiting.
240 years old, and here's the beauty of them all. We have one person at 360, which is strange.
Off of
because
people in the
country's
database with
250.
with no information.
So and they're 110 years older than the country. Here, Pam, you better take a look at this. That's much better for you than for me. Now the question is, are they getting paid? Because somebody maybe is getting paid. Yeah, I have a feeling you were.
Because that's how they classify them in the database. It's just horseshit. There's no
We,
payments going out to them.
Created this department, Doge, and the kind of numbers are incredible. It could be $500 billion, but it could be $1 trillion. It could be even $1.5 trillion. We're going to find out. I mean, I'm actually going with Elon, and Elon is doing a really good job. And I said, who are these people that travel? We call them the Dodgers. And I said, what are they? He said, they're generally young people
What's
with
up,
extremely
Seaweed?
high IQs who are very good with computers, because you have to be good with computers. So when one of these scammers talks and tries to tell them why it's perfect, they said, no, it doesn't work that way. You know, it's very hard to talk them out of something when they have you. But we're actually going to Fort Knox because I want to see, do we have the gold? Do we still have whatever it is, tons of gold? I hope we do. Wouldn't that be disappointing? Fort Knox. You grow up hearing about Fort Knox. You can't get in. You can't even see it. Nobody sees it. You go there and the place is dry. Would that be terrible? There's another one. Maybe you should go with us to that one. But we're going to go in there pretty soon. They're going to open the doors to Fort Knox. If any governor would like to go with us, we'll go. Do you want to go
Him
with
and
us
Musk
on that
get
one?
locked
Yeah,
in
that could be
Fort
good.
Knox.
Could be interesting. Can you imagine if we open it up and there's no
Yeah,
gold?
no,
I
there's
think there will
there's
be.
a reason they're
For
classified
one
that
reason, it's
way.
really
It's
heavy.
because it's a COBOL database.
You
It's
still borrow
both
gold, you
things
gotta
are
be
true.
strong, so it's not
But the
like
SSA was
it's-
already audited,
But,
and it was
we're looking at
proven
everything.
fucking
We
like
have
less than a year ago
the
that none of those
largest
payment,
deregulation campaign in history,
none of those
and again, I
numerators
think
were
more
being
than
paid
anybody,
out.
This blows it away. And for one, every time we put in a new regulation,
The Office of
we're
the
not allowed
Inspector
to put it
General
in
has a
unless
full
we
fucking report that you can just go
terminate 10
read.
old
Yeah, everyone's like, oh,
regulations.
I'm
So
gonna
it's
wait
1
till
in
I see
10.
the
We did
fucking
1 in
receipts.
7
They're there.
in
They're
my
already
last
there. You can
administration.
fucking go
And
look at
The
them.
problem is some of them were put back, foolishly put back. There was no reason for them. So if you truly want a turbocharged economy, you have to do that, and you have to get rid of the regulations. I think one of the reasons before COVID, and
Those
we
are
had
just
great
your
government for COVID,
facts.
and it was a hell of a thing for all of us, everybody here. But some countries will actually never recover for what they went through. But we ended up giving back when we turned over the reins. The stock market was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was an amazing achievement. But we were, just prior to that, I would never forget, I was sitting down with 2 consultants, the 2 great pollsters. They said, sir, this economy is so good. We're the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were doubling up China. I was also charging China hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, which no president charged them anything, but they were killing us. But we were beating everybody. Everybody said that in 2018, China was going to overtake us as the biggest economy in the world. And
Hey,
by the time I got finished, we were so much bigger than China, and we still are now. But another 4 years like we had just passed, you will have China being much bigger than you. There's no reason. If we have a smart president, there's no way that they should ever be able to catch us. But this pollster said to me, sir, if Abraham Lincoln and George Washington came back from the dead and they ran as president and vice president, they'd never be able to beat you. I said, thank you very much. The next day I go into my office and a group of scientists are sitting there. Sir, would like to tell you there's something very bad happening in China. There's dead bodies all over the place. And that's the first time I heard the word pandemic in a long time. And
At least we
that's
knew
what's
Washington wasn't trying to be a king.
all around the Wuhan lab. That's why from day one, I was saying they had little slits like this. You saw them from the air, from the.
Although him and Trump both spent
space.
nearly equivalent amounts of
and they
time with
just little slits, but
prostitutes.
They were body bags. They were black body bags all over, so many. And that's where it came from. One other thing, I just before we.
I thought
leave,
COVID was
I
fake.
think
Is
we
it
should
real
do this.
now? It really just depends on the
mean,
context.
from a
Sometimes it's
safety
fake, sometimes it's real. It
security
goes back
for
and
the good of
forth.
our nation, you should do it anyway, regardless, even if it costs 10 times more. But it actually costs you just a tiny fraction. If you went to paper ballots and you're voting, and I would hope that every Republican would. So it costs exactly 8% of what the machines cost. These machines, they got something going. They get business. It's amazing. So paper ballots, and paper is very sophisticated today. Paper, it's called watermark. It's impossible to copy, impossible to cheat. It's actually hard to believe that a piece of paper is highly
You know,
sophisticated.
Trump funded the development of the
Watermark, and
vaccine.
It's very, it's amazing actually when you see it. You can't cheat. But if you went to paper ballots and same-day voting, and if you went to voter ID, and also one other thing, you want a proof of citizenship, those four things, proof of citizenship, voter ID, paper ballots, one-day voting. And if you went to two-day voting or three-day voting, but some of these states, you had 64 days. You know, California just finished up just a short while ago. They were voting a week and a half ago. They tried to finish them up. And other states too, they were weeks after the election. I mean, if that were a close election, you'd have to wait for weeks and weeks and weeks. You got finished fast, Brian. Thank you for your help. We did very well in Georgia. That was very nice. But some of these states, if you had a close election, you wouldn't know who won. And then, you know, once that happens, then you really never know who won. But you would save tens of millions of dollars, forgetting about right, wrong, and security, safety, our country, our Constitution, and all of these. Number one, you'd have a much safer election. Number two, everybody, you'd know the results of your election by 10 o'clock. Everybody, it's a beautiful system. It's boxes of 5,000, boom, boom. And you can go and examine each box. It's so simple and so good. I did ask Elon, because he knows more about computers than anybody I know. I said, what do you think of the voting system? He said, computers are not meant for voting. It's just not a good, it's too many transactions taking place too quickly. It's just not. He said, honest, and I've gone to the best people, the smartest computer minds from MIT, from others. My uncle was a professor for 41 years at MIT.
Jesus
And a
fucking
brilliant
Christ.
guy, and I got to know a lot of the people up there. And
The stock market manages like billions and billions of transactions a day.
And probably the fastest way, because there can be very little hanky-panky, is paper ballots. Can you believe it? So I hope, Sarah, that certainly the Republican governors, but if you want to save a lot of money, you go to paper ballots. It'll cost you 8% of what the costs are now. And that's based on a good deal for machines. And then when you go through the days and weeks and months of waiting, France had mail-in ballots. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have fraud, without question. And France had it, and they went back to paper ballots. And I saw their election, and their election was over at 9 o'clock, and their numbers came in at 10:05. And there were no complaints. They had a winner, they had a loser, 39 million votes, and it was done. We're one of the only people that has now mail-in voting, one of the only countries that has mail-in voting. Remember Jimmy Carter when he did a commission, and I think they had Scoop Jackson, they had some, at the time, big senators, and their conclusion was, if you have mail-in voting, you're going to have massive fraud.
At what point does
And we
Trump
had it in New
accidentally
York with the
implicate
congressional
Elon in
race,
fraud
the
or
congressional
corruption
race,
by
but it took
bragging
them
about his
forever to-
friend? Well, he just
6 months
implicated
later,
that
they declared, who was it?
Elon
Jack
doesn't know
or
fuck
somebody.
all about
They declared
computers.
him the winner, 6 months later. But
At least inferred it.
No, it was the woman, the congressman, I won't mention her name, but she won, but she didn't win, and it was really very sad to see that whole thing. Democrat, that was a Democrat and a Democrat, that was a primary, but they had the mail-in voting. It's just a disaster. So it's very, very expensive. If you want to save money, if you really believe that the computers work, which they don't, but if you want to save a lot of money, all you have to do is go to paper ballots, and you'll be cutting it down by millions and millions of dollars. So America will take off like a rocket ship. You're going to see things that's so great for the governors, and Democrat governors are going to have, you're going to get the benefit of this. You're going to be opening up plants, and you're going to be, I hope we have enough people. We're going to and we want people to come into our country, by the way, I do, but they have to come in legally. So we need people in the country, but they have to come in legally. 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue, because you'll never win another race. And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years got shattered. But, they put up an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce there, and it's 218 pounds or whatever, a lot. And hadn't been broken in 19 years. And then guy walks up who transitioned. He transitioned, and he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That will be a record not going to be broken again in a long. So we put a ban on it, and to protect women. I mean, the women, if you watch the Olympics, you had two transitioned people that were fighting in the women's boxing. They have women's boxing category. And if you saw that, it was brutal. What happened to the Italian woman was really.
What other race?
One punch, she said, no, no, no more, no more. I've never been hit. It was a left. It was not even it was just a left jab. She got hit so hard, she said, I can't do it. They forced her to go out. No, go out again. You'll do it. Goes out again, gets hit again. No, no, that's it. She didn't want to die, and it's crazy. But the NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has a responsibility to comply with Title IX. They have a
This is
obligation,
insane.
legal
Does he
obligation.
even know how the
We'll be
law
enforcing
works?
aggressively, and we're going to be protecting our citizens. We're going to protect. So just to end, this administration has been fighting for parents' rights.
What the fuck just
universal
happened?
School choice. We want to do something that I think many people in this room want, and even if you don't, I think you do want it, but you might not be able to say it. We want to move the schools back to the states so that Iowa and South Carolina and Georgia,
Banana Republic, yeah.
all of these states can run your own school system, and you'll do a fantastic job, Kim. You're going to do great. I mean, I use your example because you're so much into the education, done a great job with school choice, and you'll do your school choice. That'll be the easy thing. But we want to get it back, take it away. So just some stats. So at last, it's usually we're 38, 39, or 40 out of 40. They take the 40, I guess, biggest, most important, whatever it might be, but 40 countries. And we were 38, 38, 39, and congratulations. But 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we hit number 40. So we were last in terms of education in the world. And we were first in another category, though. We were first in cost per pupil. So we spend much more. And by the way, second wasn't even close. So you have Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland.
Are we still
China.
on for OPEX?
So there goes
Today's
the big,
OPEX.
the big country theory, right? They have 1.4. They're rated number 5. That's a little bit scary, isn't it?
Not the Constitution,
But they're all-
apparently. Fuck that shit. Nope. I didn't pause it. I think the feed just cut out. Oh, let me try to refresh it. I think the feed cut out. We were doing more dumpies.
Hey.
Rated well spend much less per pupil than we do. We spend the most per pupil and we're rated less. Think of that. Can anything be worse than that, Sarah? Huh? So what happens is we are going to make a very strong push on closing up the Department of Education. We'll have one person sitting there just to make sure that they're teaching English, reading, writing, and arithmetic, okay? Just that's all. The rest of it is up to the governors. We have great governors, really smart people. Brian, I think you'd love to have it in Georgia because you could do a great job. And you're being told, Ron would love, Ron sitting there saying, oh, give me the education. You're being told by people in Washington that don't know much about your state and maybe don't like your state, maybe don't like you, maybe don't like your pupils, about what they should be doing. And I'll tell you what, we will compete. Many of our states, I figure 35 of them, we're going to have 35 great ones. We're going to have 5 that are okay. Then we'll have another 5 that are blah. And then we're going to have 4 or 5 not so good. But in a place like New York, we could take it as an example. Westchester County, you go Westchester, Suffolk, you go out on Long Island, you do upstate New York. You know, you break it up into quadrants, Manhattan. But I think you could do a great job. I think the states will do a fantastic job. And we send the money directly to the states. And we're not looking even for the cuts, but you'll spend a lot less money. You're going to spend a lot less money. You know, as somebody that spent a lot of time in Washington over the last number of years, it seems like every building is the Department of Education. But I'm saying, what do these people do? What do they do? But if we could send education back, and Linda, as you know, is going through the process right now, and I think she's doing really well. She's great, Linda McMahon. And I said, Linda, you're trying. I really want you to do a great job, but you're really only doing a great job if you have no job by the time we finish. You have to create no job for yourself because we want this to go back to the states, and she agrees. And if we can do that, I think it's going to be one of the most important things we can do. So the governors, the people in this room, Democrat, Republican, will run their own school system, and we'll back them 100%, and we'll pay like we do now. But I think we'll end up having to pay probably half. But that's not the reason I'm doing it. I'm doing it because we give really bad education. And as far as the teachers union, I love teachers. And I imagine unions might form in some of these places, and if they do, that's fine. You'll deal with it. So this isn't against unions. This is because I won unions. I won the Teamsters. When you win the Teamsters, that's serious. But I put in a person as Secretary of Labor who I really did it because the unions treated me so well. The auto workers, I mean, so many of the unions, the firefighters, the police unions, I got like 98% of the vote. We're looking for the other 2%. Nobody can find them. So, you know, I grew up in New York, which was union territory. But we want to be able to have great education. Hey. If we don't have education in this country is going to go down. When you hear China is rated number 4 and 5 every year, and you know, they're a serious competitor. So I want to thank you all, and I do want to say again, call me at any time. I will take your call. If you're a Democrat, I will put you ahead of the Republican. If I have a Democrat or Republican call, Simon, I will put the Democrat first. Okay, I promise. And probably, sort of promise, right? No, I will. We'll take good care of the people in this room. And it's an honor to be with you. You're very, very smart people. To do what you do, to get elected, it's a tough business. But if you could take back education, and if we could do some of the things that we just laid out very easily in this plan, and you have a federal government that's behind you all the way. We'll be sending help. As an example, if we do get rid of FEMA, which we should, it's very expensive, doesn't work. But we'll be sending federal help in. If you have a big hurricane or a tornado or all of the things that I've been watching, and
That was a plan?
much better than you're taking care of now. You have to wait
I'm gonna go
around for these
rewatch
people to come in. They
Idiocracy
come
to
so
see
late.
what
The
happens
worst
next.
example was what you had to go through in North Carolina. What happened there was a terrible thing. So congratulations.
What does he think
on your
FEMA does?
victories,
He has
and,
no
We're
idea.
going to have many more victories, and I'm here for you.
He
If
thinks
you
he
wanna
writes
ask a couple
law.
of questions, you could, if you'd like to. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we share excitement about disaster response and how we can make it better. We've all had disasters. We usually love to see the president after disaster that's never fun.
About 100C100C0DT. Well, you're either going to be rich or just down whatever those cost.
They're changing FEMA. They're not putting square pegs in round holes. So involve our group because we're the ones on the other end of it saying, oh my God, why are they coming with this when we need that? So we're ready to help.
Good. Thank you very much. It's very nice. I agree. Yes, please.
President, thank you for welcoming us. As we go through the process of putting in your priorities as president, would you give us an opportunity to speak with you about, say, return on investment?
Sure.
Before we go, for example, into, forgive me, we've heard and we'll await the decisions you make and the Secretary will make, but for instance, on Medicaid or Medicare,
Sure.
if cuts are proposed, perhaps give us an opportunity as governors to prove to you that we can make these programs worthwhile. That might help us on our
I
efforts.
love that. I think it's great, Bobby. I think it's great. One of the things we're really focused on is bringing down the costs, and we haven't been treated very fairly, especially over the last 4 years. And as you know, we had transparency, which is one of the biggest things that could have happened. And Biden, for whatever reason, terminated that. That would have brought down the cost tremendously. But we'd love to have your ideas on any of them, Medicare,
If I sold
Medicaid,
one
any of it.
SPX spread a day, do you think it's realistic to make $100 a day on
Better
average?
ideas than anybody as governor. So we would love that. Thank you.
You have to remember that your drawdowns are going to set you back 5 days.
If we reform the healthcare
So,
industry.
yes, if you're closing them while you're up, it's possible. But if you're not, if you're just selling them and not managing them, you're probably going to break closer to even over time.
And if we reduce that from 20% of our GDP down to 10 to 12, you can pay for a lot of things in government that we can't currently do it. We need to get the industry in line helping us do it as well.
Well, you're a good example of it, and in your state, they've done a good job. But you're going to get those numbers down even lower. I know that. That's something very strong for you. And as you have ideas, I'd love you to pass them along to the other governors here. But there are some states that have done a really, really good job with that, and we are totally open to suggestions. Right? Thank you.
Are 200% tariffs
Yes,
priced in? No.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here. It's the de minimis rule in tariffs. We've got the amount that is self-declared now is $800. If you say your package coming from wherever is under $800, it's not inspected, there's no tariff on it. Problem is there are a lot of things coming in that are over that.
That's right, and we're not doing that anymore.
And also there's fentanyl coming in,
Yeah.
I think, to all of these states. That's a real problem, and I think that everyone is sharing that.
Thank you, Henry. So I had a deal with President Xi just prior to leaving office, but before the election, that President Xi was going to give
It's
the
Foghorn
maximum penalty
Leghorn.
to anybody sending fentanyl into the United States. His maximum penalty is death. If you notice that every country that has a death penalty has no drug problem, they execute drug dealers. And when you think about it, it's very humane because every drug dealer, on average, they say, kills at least 500 people, not to mention the damage they do to so many others, but they kill large numbers of people. China, Singapore, actually there are quite a few, many in Asia, where they have the death penalty. There's no drug problem whatsoever. They come to our country because we have a much softer policy. We give them a slap on the wrist and say, kill a lot of people. So we are going to, I don't know if our country is ready for it. I am ready for it, the death penalty if you deal drugs. You know, you have to set out guidelines like fairly large numbers, et cetera. But you'll have it go down very greatly. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to do an advertising campaign. They're working on it right now, and that's saying how bad drugs are for you. I was speaking actually to the president of Mexico, saying, you can't send the people.
No, we're really doing this? Sounds like it.
And I said, you're not a big drug-taking nation. You send us plenty of drugs, but the people aren't drug-taking. And she said, yes, we're not a consumer nation. That was a very interesting term. And I said, so why aren't you? What are the reasons? Why is it? It's true, Mexico, they don't have a lot of drug problems in terms of taking the drug. He said, well, two things.
No, the private prison companies will just house the prisoners for 30 years while they go through 8,000 appeals.
They die of a drug overdose. The daughter, the son, the mother and father will never be the same. Never be the same. Their life is ruined.
It's Chipper Gore from the top rope.
So much. So we have strong family values, also family members and relationships, just as strong as Mexico. What's the other? Well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are for you. And I said, I never learned anything.
No, Trump loves appeals. He's not going to get rid of those.
I never thought of that. Because we set up...
They kept him out of jail.
Committees, and you can't have the death penalty, I guess. But I don't know, someday somebody's going to get sick of it and do it, and you won't have any drug problem in this country. But... and you can do it on an individual state basis for the governors in the room that want to do it. But you will not have a drug problem in your state if you did it. But I will say this, we have a situation where...
That's what an appeal already costs.
A couple of the best...
Have you ever appealed something? It's expensive as fuck.
100 million, maybe 200 million on advertising, saying that when you take certain drugs, the drug fentanyl, et cetera, it destroys your skin, it destroys your teeth, it destroys your brain, it destroys everything. And really horrible commercials. I mean, I've seen the first of them, and they are brutal. They are brutal. And when some young kid is sitting down watching this commercial a couple of times, I really don't think they're going to be taking drugs. So I think that this is a big statement, but I think we can drop it 50%, 50, by doing this. And I give her credit. She was talking to me about it, telling me about it. But I knew immediately as soon as she said it, it was not, she didn't have to say anymore. She went on to tell me different things, but it was just the concept of it. And I think states can do that too. If you do commercials talking about how horrible it is, drugs. I mean, what it does, I mean, you look at their skin, it gets eroded, their teeth are, you can tell. I mean, you can see a person that takes a lot of drugs, especially fentanyl and some of the others, the bad ones, the real bad ones, some of them, the heroin. It's unbelievable what it does to people. And we're going to put a very, very strong ads. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think you should put on strong ads too, really strong ads. I think it's an unbelievable thing. We'll all do it. We're going to do it on a national basis, but you can do it individually on an individual basis. And you can also look, I think, you'll have to get rulings in this, but your states have the right to go death penalty also for drug dealers. And but only do that if you want to get rid of drugs, because if you don't do that, it's a little tough. But I think the advertising will have a huge, I think we can get it down by 50%. We did great. We got it down 18%. I said, that's not a lot though. Everybody was giving us credit. 18. And 18% to me, we set up committees with the First Lady of the United States on a blue ribbon committee. But they didn't know too much about El Chapo and the various people that we're talking about. It's a smart group of people. But I'll tell you what, the advertising could be unbelievable. And I hope the states do it. You're not talking about a lot of money. You're talking about peanuts, actually. I mean, with $50 million, you could just cover the state. And if you did that, and I'm going to do it, I think we can get drugs way down. I think we can get it down by 50% when you see it. I've seen some of the ads. It's, man, if a person looks at the ads that I saw, they're not going to be taking drugs. So good question. Thank you, Henry, very much. How about we'll do one more? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
As we've talked as governors, we implement a lot of the social welfare programs, whether it's Medicaid or job training or rental assistance. Each one has different requirements that create cliffs and benefits that make it hard for people to recover. Things as simple as work requirements for able-bodied adults. If we could synchronize across TANF, Medicaid,
I think it's
work
great.
programs. Let's make it a trampoline to get people back on their feet instead of a hammock they climb up.
I think it's great. I think if you could get together and work together, you'd bring down costs just on that basis. I think it would be really great. Did you want? Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I want to just say thank you. Two words a lot of times we don't say. Thank you for your extraordinary leadership, your courage, all that you do. And just so you know, even in the state of Nebraska, you're inspiring Nebraskans to get comfortable being uncomfortable, to stand up for what we believe in: faith, family, hard work, the American dream. Stand up and talk about the common sense. So we're incredibly grateful.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey.
Oh, wait. There we go. Delta, like the delta flip falling below the gamma flip is usually really bad. We've basically fallen away from all of like the intraday positioning. How's it looking? It's still pretty shitty. No one's selling any puts because it's dangerous. The next support's 6,000, like next major support.
Hey.
This is fucking crazy. Huh. It's all
Someone
fucked.
put their pickle in my jar. Is there a world in which we lose 6,000 today? 3.
Probably not. But it's like 60-40 and 60-20 were a big stretch too. So I mean, maybe. I think there's a world where we can test 6,000. VIX is almost at 19 now. If we were to crash Monday after OPEX, isn't this what it would look like? Exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is like exactly what like Feb of 2020 looked like. It was pretty nuts. I missed this morning. What kicked this off? I mean, there wasn't really a lot of negative news.
Hey.
Yep. Just jumped a little further.
Hey. Hey.
Has anyone checked on Farmville? No. I don't think so. $59.50 is definitely one of them.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Apple's fighting to stay green on the day. It's not doing a great job. Carvana's down another 10%. I'm just gonna happen today. We sold off pretty fucking hard today. When SPX falls this far off past the neutrals, how do you tell where the bottom may be? Well, it's not that far past the neutrals, and you could still use levels of support like 6,000 where there's a lot of interest. But then also, there's delta neutral on the monthly, which is at 57.12. And that's like where shit just starts actually getting really bearish. So, hey, at least I was spot the fuck on with my weekly prediction. Probably some support here around 60.26 on ES. It acted as support before. But this is definitely like a failure of the diamond top. $53.50, here we come. Maybe. Probably a lot of support at like 57.75. 59.20. Those are pretty important levels. See what happens Monday. Today's a big fucking drop. Oil, too. Seems like someone's running for the door. Yeah. Remember like 2 days ago when I took like the COVID crash thing and I overlaid it? What's up, Popcorn? Do it again? I don't want to drag it. It's a pain in the ass. Can you do it again? Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, fine. I'm gonna do it on like the 1 hour though, because it fucking takes too long to do it on the 30 minute. Oh. I might actually be off like a day. Hold on. No, that's about right. That was like the Friday before. That shit's almost identical. What's really interesting actually about it is this. Like this fucked up price action. And then an all-time high. And a sell-off into OPEX. Like that shit's identical. This like illiquid gappy shit that happened for like a month. That's what happened after December going into COVID. It's almost like it's the same algorithm. Shut up, AJ. Is that bullish? It's not a very good sign.
Hey. Hey.
I don't know if we open at 6,200 on Monday. We'll see where we close today. It's gonna make a big difference. If we drop to 6,000 by close, it's bearish as fuck. I know weekend straddles ideally have extra theta, but it feels like Monday expiry might work out this time. I guess we could open flat, but, well, volatility is very high, so it's kind of unlikely. I'm just making sure I'm prepped if anything crazy does happen on Monday. I think I'm in a good spot. Hmm. I wonder if I should take the profit on my in the money spreads. They expire like end of month. 60, 75, 6100. That's some 6100, 6050 also, but not as many. Just 5 of those. God, the profit on them sucks so bad. Take half off the table? I'm not even sure it's worth taking half off the table. I don't think we're going to open above delta neutral, especially if we close down here. So, I'm not super worried about it. Hmm. Maybe we'll just buy some, like, ES. I don't want to go long ES into the weekend. Fuck! I'll just hedge them off. How much is the 75 for Monday? $8? Jesus Christ. Buy 3 of those. Hmm. How high do they want to push this? 20 is resistance. 30 would be like kind of close to maybe like 30, 35 initially. We got like an hour, I think. I don't really know if they're getting like a meaningful pump off of this. This is like it's like a little tiny baby reversal. We'll see if it breaks 20. If it breaks 20, it might be something more significant, but Doesn't look good. Remember, V's generally fail in these ranges, so. I've got some shit for Monday. Forward yield on volatility is positive now. 2.5%.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah, rejected on 20.
Hey.
Hmm. What bulls? It's neat how COVID crash started the Monday after Feb OPEX and finished the Monday after March OPEX, isn't it? Riley halted? Ooh, it dumped super hard. Or did it bounce? What's going on? Ooh, it bounced. Neato. They announce anything? A lot of fucking volume. Oh, okay. Google getting wrecked. Looking like the top blew off. Everything's getting wrecked today. Nvidia's down 3.5%. Can you tell people not to be idiots? I can. You think it'll work? I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes. Yeah, I thought I made that clear when I said this is stupid and meaningless, but it looks exactly the same. So yeah, don't buy shitloads of out of the money puts with money that you can't blow up because it's very likely to just blow up. Crash's SPX version of MOASS. Somebody need to buy 2-hour DTEs on HIMS. I haven't even looked at it today. What's it doing? It's down 23% today. It's super bullish. There was bad inflation data. It wasn't that bad. The problem is, bigger problem is consumer confidence drying up and services contracting. What happens when all the overpriced MBS and other housing products start losing value? Margin dries up. I don't know. They're creating a little bit of support here at 6,000. Trying to. I don't know if that necessarily means we're gonna move up much. There's still bears. There's like a lot of bears.
Hey.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get food. Don't do stupid shit.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Hi, what's going on? Just tuned in to hear Gherk say to not do stupid shit. We full porting puts. Fuck the pause. Cuckoo 3.
Oh, look. Nothing happened. No, I wasn't gone for the day. I was gone for 15 minutes. 10 minutes? Oh, Riley dropped the thank you? Hmm. Hmm. Halted again. I don't know if it was on the G scan or not. Yes, live is down? Oh shit. No, this chain data is not updating either. Hmm. Failed 20 again. Out here, yeah, let me, because this isn't updating. Is Charm gonna drop SPX like a rock? It could sting a bit.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Center Kofi when you left guessing the PJ is holding puts to 0. I'm done with training so I can be here all the time again. By that I mean just when I'm not working. Anyways, we can crash now. Thanks again for holding the market up. It's just hanging on. Fuck the pause. Cuckoo 3.
Thank you so much, Costellosaurus. Maybe it's time. No. Todd coming in hot. Yeah, who gives a shit? Think they try to get the forward yield on vol back to 0 before the end of the day. We're looking into why the live data is down now. You can play 15 minutes of expert, yeah? At least it tells you big fuck. Yeah, that's true. First time it's down. Yep. No, our shot at testing 6100 evaporated a long time ago. If I donate to you, will you Venmo it to Nuke? No. What do you Canadians understand about commingling funds? It's bad enough that you try to pay us with your fake money.
Garrison put their pickle in my jar. GS made me $15,000 today and gave me the balls to hold the rebounds on the downtrend. Thank you for all the work that you, Nuke, JFresh, and everybody else at the GS team do for us. Pause on the daily. Happy Friday and have a great weekend. 10.
That's fucking awesome, man. Congratulations, dude. I'm glad to hear it. A drop like this usually gets a bit of a relief bounce, right? Maybe over the next week or two. A drop like what? We're down 1%. Almost 2. How many of your TQQQ puts did you keep open? I have like half. I was gonna re-enter the other half, but we never got a bounce. We just kept dropping. Do Monday SPX puts have a good chance? At what? Good chance of expiring. How come T has been a fortress through all of this? I don't know. I can pick them. I mean, they started, you know, doing a lot to get rid of their debt. And their cash flows are ridiculous. BlackRock gave them a bunch of money to build out infrastructure. T's not the only one that's doing ridiculous. UGI is doing insane too. It's up another 1% today. Was it me? Probably. How could you do this to us, Dirk? Maybe we could have testimonials on the fireside sometime. But if you were in a position like Garrison today, what would you look at in particular to keep from holding puts? For me, we never did more than tickle G flips, so that helped me hold mine and not over tighten stops. I actually entered my puts on the second test of the gamma flip after we kind of leveled off at 80. But I got stopped out of that shit at 50. Like on the first test of 50. It was pretty much always glorp and glorpkle popcorn. But don't dox me, man. Nans, why do you keep asking me the same question different ways? Are you trying to, like, compete with AJ? I have no idea, man. We just dropped fucking 2% in a day. Almost 2%. 2% on Russell and NASDAQ. We'll see. There's a lot of room to the downside. There's really nothing stopping us from going down more. So we'll see if people reposition and build a support, or they don't. Do you want a statistical projection of what'll happen over the next week? Down, because we fucking went down today. Wait, is this fucking thing working yet? There. At what point will you start buying a call hedge for profit taking? I picked up one already. Because I have spreads that I have open from earlier in the week that don't expire for another week. So you said if we don't hold 6,000 then down. It's an important level. Psychologically at least. I think if we close the day below delta neutral and the forward yield on volatility remains elevated, like a positive into close, we're probably going to go down more on Monday, at least at open. I could see us drop into like 59.50 or 59.20. Based on your spread positioning, did you think this would take until next week to get under 60.50? No. I just wanted theta. They were super cheap. I mean, I bought them when we were trading at like 61.35, 40. Because I figured if charm flows were going to prop shit up around like 61.50 into the end of the week, which they ended up not doing, which I told JFresh was going to happen. Then, you know, I would have been protected against that scenario. Also, don't forget, SLD goes until Monday, so if we didn't experience any of the effects from SLD Thursday or today, I would have been banking more on Monday, seeing a sell off back to GM or DM. This is, I mean, far worse than that, obviously. Right now we're down 2% from the all-time high. 2.18. About 2.14. The TQQQ indicator crossed over, by the way. Last time that did it on a Friday, we opened the next day substantially lower. I already have puts on TQQQ. Bought them yesterday. There's a Cheeto on Golden Auctions bidding for 21,000 or 2,100. You gonna buy it? What's up, Jinx? We've got 7 minutes where we could just sell off into 61.10. Have a nice low for the end of day. D Marino. Oh, Jesus. I hate upstream data providers, Nuke. We just need to sneak into CBOE and plug like a little Wi-Fi USB drive in somewhere. Exactly. Yeah. Perfect. Like if Elon Musk can get into Fort Knox, I have faith you can get into CBOE. Thanks, man. Data heist. Is unconfirmed and unexpected outages and the largest options market? Straight public SIBO data. Not sure if that helps you or anything. Is it live? If you thought clickbait articles were paywalled. Did we dump this much because of SLD? Maybe. Full ported ADPs on TQQQ. Yesterday? They're moated, drawbridge, walled, and trebucheted. Yeah. I don't want to distribute scraped data. Shady. Where's Todd's biggest pile of puts? Hmm. 59.90. Well, final consensus, according to the datas, today doesn't exist. Life is not real. It's a nightmare. I was trying to do some work, and you got me all riled up. How? What are you riled about? Black Monday? You probably said corn. Oh. We're too bearish? I'm not even bearish. It's not Black History Month. Is it not? It is. Is that racist? Let me know when you are bearish. I don't feel things anymore, Jen. I just buy calls and puts in different quantities. Thanks, Abs. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was a dramatic drop, if nothing else, right? The SPX's diamond top finally got a actual failure. We haven't fallen to the levels that matter yet, but um, we did lose gamma neutral on the monthly and weekly, and delta neutral on the weekly, and closed pretty much at our low for the day, which isn't exactly a great look for recovery going into Monday. On ES, we started to form a downtrend that failed, and we are heading towards the long-term support, which is down here around about 6,000. Uh, this range really doesn't have a ton of support. I would say 59.48 is a much more likely support if we're gonna find one to the downside. Um, the 60.26 level, it's acted as a support before, but not. It's not a very substantial one. Like, they've been fairly low volume bounces into low volume upside. But it's got a couple tests. We'll see how it turns out. A lot of that question will be answered Sunday after futures open. Yields down across the board pretty heavily. Dollar up. Caught a little bit of support near open at the 106.30 334 level, probably bolstered by some inflation expectations as consumer inflation expectations rose a little, and we got a little bit of expansion in manufacturing PMIs, which is a driver of PPI prices. But contraction in services for the first time since 2022, which is scary for people who are projecting unchecked growth over the next year and a half. Commodities fell largely on the back of energy falling. Trump is attempting to reinvigorate the U.S. oil industry, even though it's already been pumping out quite a lot of oil as of late, and also potential peace in the Ukraine conflict. Both of those could drop global oil prices pretty dramatically. So yeah, we saw a bit of a dip in oil, but just back to 70. It's still pretty elevated. Precious metals fell a little. Industrial metals fell a little. Materials are a bit mixed. Yeah. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month both rose pretty sharply today. Over higher than the rest of the prior period for the most part, with the exception of like Feb 3rd, a brief spike there. So turning around, dispersion definitely breaking down broadly. And we see that a lot in the R2K and Nasdaq. Carry trade leverage fell off, but we did start to lever back up towards the end of the day there. But forward yield on volatility ended up closing out the day just slightly positive. The last time that we closed slightly positive was on Feb 3rd, which was the last kind of decent sized correction that we got. So we may see a higher demand for volatility going into Monday morning. Bond vol up a tiny bit in correlation on the 3 month turning around. We got another move up in skew yesterday, but that clearly got blown out, and maybe it was just the lack of tail risk hedging that made the downside so rough today. 53.67% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, still not picking up any breadth. In fact, breadth got a lot worse today. RSP fell by 140 points, not quite as much as the sell-off in tech, but pretty substantial nonetheless. And we got a little bit of a negative move for the first time in about a month with VIX VX correlation. Went from 88.15 to 87.85. We'll see if that downtrend there leads to us seeing a sharper increase in volatility. Usually vol spikes, it normalizes, and then it spikes again, but sometimes you get multiple moves up in a row. Fed fund futures started pricing in a little bit more of a rate cut today. Not much, but a tiny bit. And that clearly drove yields at the top end down a little. Still mostly just pricing in one rate cut for 2025 though. And the bear steepener continued to fall. I guess it's just kind of chopping a bit. Here's where this kind of matters. Out here on the technicals, we closed below 60.30, which is not quite below the low of last week, and still below the low or still well above the low for the month of February, which is down at 59.23. Obviously the 59.50, 59.23 range, very important here, but we're likely on this failure, especially given that it's in the back half of the week, to continue and at least test the long-term trend, which is down here at around 59.66. If we go down to the daily, we fell to the 50 MA. We could find support here and bounce. We did back on Feb 12th. But if we do fail this level, we're probably going to get a continuation down towards like 5,900. We closed well below the 30 EMA today. We did not bounce back to retest it in any significant way. That's up at 60.46. So once we lost that, we just tanked. So I'd keep an eye on those levels going into next week. I feel like if we do get a bigger move down and we lose 6,000, it'll probably be in the overnight. So we'll know by Sunday night. We'll have a pretty good idea, I think. And T just keeps chugging upward. Yeah. T and UGI are still ripping. Why are yields down with inflation up? Because services contracted. So even though inflation is up and PPI is likely to rise, growth is likely to slow. If ISM confirms a contraction in services, that's a lot more scary than inflation. And that'll drive a flight to safety, which we are seeing a little bit of risk off, and we're seeing treasuries getting gunned down, and we're seeing health tech and consumer non-durables, communications are outperforming. This is very classic utilities sector rotation out of higher risk assets and sectors. And so thank you, Jinx. So we got a little bit of fear today, I would say. We could go look at that. Fear. 1 month of fear. Ooh, junk bond demand's picking up. That's actually kind of interesting. Huh. Is Schaefer's right for CNN now? I have no idea. You have to ask him. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you all Sunday for the member stream. I hope you have a great weekend. I'll catch you later. Peace.